the September 24th, 2024 regular Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Supervisor Kosmicki, can you lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Ready. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, so we have two presentations and recognitions this morning. One is an approval of the proclamation designating September 15th, 2024 to October 15th as the National Hispanic Heritage Month in San Benito County. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, that's 5-0. I didn't say aye, just for the record. And I'm going to be presenting this, but I don't believe we have anybody from LULAC or from the Oh, come on up.
I'm fine with that. I have the other.
Presenting the next one, and I brought this last year, and I'd like to bring it again this year, if that's okay. No, I brought it last year, and I had it on my calendar as a reminder.
Surprised when I saw it on the agenda.
Oh, because I got my reminder. Next year I put it a week in advance so I can do it before the start. So today, this is National Hispanic Heritage Month, and from September 15th through October 15th is nationally recognized, and San Benito County recognizes Hispanic heritage is American heritage, and we see the influence in most every aspect of our lives and, in my opinion, our community. Each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors from Mexico, Spain, and Caribbean and Central and South America. The observation states stated in 1968, which I learned that last year, and I had no idea of that. As Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson, and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 through the legislative encouragement and Congressman, I'm not going to say that right, Esteban
Torres.
Okay, thank you. And you did the nice roll there. Of California to cover the period during which it is celebrated today. The day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of the independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and many others. In this year's theme, Latinos drive prosperity, power, and progress in America, encourages all to connect with our heritage, our Hispanic heritage, and focus on themes of prosperity, power, and progress, recognizing the significant strides of Hispanics in the economy, politics, and social growth in the United States. Whereas we recognize and honor the many ways that Hispanics have enriched the fabric of our society, and we rededicate ourselves to address the lack of equal access to opportunity that may still be faced. Being someone that has worked in elections since the late 80s and coming to San Benito County, I have to say in 2011 to present, we have expanded outreach, education, engagement with our Hispanic Americans in our community. And I am grateful for the people in our community that are supporting that education, because every vote does matter and everyone needs to get out there and vote. So I added that little end part. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the people of San Benito County, does hereby proclaim the September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all residents to celebrate our unique and vibrant history and remit ourselves to a shared future of healthy, peaceful, safe, and sustainable communities for all.
Thank you.
You are welcome. I was going to say, you're going to show my wrinkles. Don't do that. Yeah. Okay. I just want to say also to all of our community leaders that have embraced educating our youth. It is so important that the youth are recognized, and there's been so much that's been done. I just wanted to say thank you. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for acknowledging the Hispanic Heritage Month. And I want to acknowledge and to say thank you to many of the San Benito County employees who happen to be of Hispanic heritage that represent San Benito County and are out there all the time. And I thank you, Angela, because you're right. Every vote counts, and it is great what the Elections Department has done and continues to do for that. So thank you so much.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be presented by Supervisor Gonzalez. And it is a proclamation designating October 9th as Ageism Awareness Day in San Benito County. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I got a hand from Supervisor Gonzalez. So thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez, for presenting. And I believe, yes, you're here. Okay, good. Good morning.
Good morning. In the matter of recognizing October 9th as Ageism Awareness Day in San Benito County, whereas ageism refers to the stereotype, how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act toward others based on age, and whereas it is estimated that 346 adults older than 60 in San Benito County who are impacted by ageism, and whereas adults over the age of 60 are the fastest growing population in the state of California, whereas the San Benito County older adult population increased at the third fastest rate in any other California 58 counties in the 2020 census, whereas ageism towards older adults affects the health, longevity, financial well-being, and the economy of San Benito County, and whereas preventing ageism in education, employment, housing, and healthcare will benefit all. Whereas recognizing that it's up to all of us to ensure that older adults are respected and portrayed as capable, competent, effective, and valued in all areas of society. Whereas ageism awareness and preventing ageism is beneficial to all citizens of California by improving the quality of life in San Benito County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors designates October 9th, 2024 as Ageism Awareness Day in San Benito County. It is proclaimed on this date, September 24th, 2024. And so let me present that to you. And officially this week, I will become an official senior. So 13,347.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. I'm accepting this proclamation on behalf of the Seniors Council of Santa Cruz and San Benito County. I'm a board member, and while I moved here, I was still working, but I am planning to retire here, so this is important. This is an important matter to me. Just wanted to mention that you, the board, and the Community Foundation and the Seniors Council have all made seniors and helping seniors in our county a priority. So the Seniors Council held a Solution Summit in May, and there are now 5 breakout work groups that are working on the areas of the housing, health, inclusion and equity, caregiving, and affording aging. All very important topics. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate this.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you to all you do and Supervisor Gonzalez for all your hard work on the AAA and working with the seniors. It's really, it's a huge task. Okay, I understand don't have any department head announcement, but we do have Steve Loop doing a roads update. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Come on up, Steve.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public, Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator, and yes, we'll do a roads update, a little bit of a hybrid. We're going to focus on some current road projects and talk about some tasks that have been requested to be completed by the board. So, first one, it's kind of a two-parter. The car have speed cushions has been an ongoing project. We did finally receive the last parts and pieces, and so we're hoping to install signs and striping the end of this week and towards next week. We did install the remaining speed cushions. Now we just have to stripe around them and add some signage. I put on here Lone Tree Road because there's a low spot on Lone Tree Road that every year before the storms, there's a lot of flooding and big potholes occur, and it's kind of an issue for us. So our road crew staff have been placing material and hot mix asphalt at that location starting yesterday, actually. So it's just kind of an ongoing issue that we've addressed that's been requested of us. So that's the status on that. And I'll kind of go through these like last time and then pause for questions. So
Hey,
first-
Steve, really quickly, what exactly is a speed cushion?
You bet. So it's, they're about 7 feet wide, 12 feet long, a few inches high, and they essentially, hopefully, encourage cars to slow down. They're speed bumps essentially, but they're made of rubber, and so they're bolted down. So they're called speed bumps also. I call them speed cushions. So that's all. So okay, thanks. So good question. Okay. Fairview Road, kind of near John Smith Road intersection. It was ongoing, and then there's a pause. And then last time I talked to the contractor, they're going to be restarting the paving. Hopefully, the end of this week, early next week, also. And if you've been over there, please drive slow as you enter the area that's about to be paved, because there's some temporary paving conforms in that spot. Prescott Road, we did close it down, paved it, it's reopened, and that was a real bad section kind of near the bridge, near the ag facility there. We're also going to be doing a different treatment on the part of Prescott that's not quite as bad. So, but the main section is actually completed. San Justo Road, similarly, we've started paving over there between Prescott and Lucy Brown Road. And so that San Justo's, part of that road was rebuilt, I don't know, probably a decade or so ago. So it's in pretty good shape. And so that road's just going to get a thin slurry overlay. But we've finished the reconstructed part, and I believe they started to pave it. I was out there, it looked like they had paving equipment a few days ago. So that's in the works. Sealy Avenue is going to start in a few weeks in October. The contractor's already started to mark some utilities and things out on Sealy. And we're going to have a pre-construction meeting, and then we'll send some notices out to the property owners in the first week of October, so next week. And I've talked to a few property owners as well already, but Freitas Road, it's also one of the roads that's parallel-ish to Highway 156. It's been started for repaving and reconstruction. It's right next to San Justo. Duncan Road, it's actually just going to be getting a thin overlay, and that'll start later next month. Similar to Bixby, although our road crews did finish the first half of Bixby actually a few months ago. Fairview Road from Orchard Road to Los Vibros, and for those that aren't familiar, Orchard Road is near 156. So the Caltrans right-of-way stops right where the turn pockets are, and that's about where Orchard Road is. And we're going to take that, carve out some bad asphalt, put in the good asphalt down to Los Vibros as one project segment pot of money. And then from Los Vibros to Acuesta Pace, we're going to be doing the same thing with the same contractor, but it's just a separate pot of money. So it's just broken into two segments, so to speak. And for those that aren't familiar, Fairview Road, we're reconstructing it as we have funding. And so it's in segments. There will be still a few segments to finish next spring when we get some more SB1 funds and things actually into our coffers. So Fairview Road between McCloskey to Santa Ana Creek, that's where we stopped the big paving job, I don't know, year and a half ago. We're going to start from there, go down to beyond Santa Ana Creek, kind of near the RV park. So that'll start in November. And then from there, different contractor, different pot of money is we're going to continue the paving down to close to Hillcrest. We won't be able to go all the way to Hillcrest. And there's some signals, traffic loops and things. That's in front of Santana Ranch. So just for full disclosure, Santana Ranch has been reaching out to commercial folks. They're starting to make some progress, getting a little interest for a commercial area at the corner of Hillcrest and Fairview. And so when that occurs, if the pavement's still intact, they're supposed to repave. They'll be repaving the west side of the road. If it gets in bad shape, then we'll probably have to be proactive and do it. But ideally, that would be paid for during that time. So it'll be a timing thing. Cienega Road, adjacent to the winery, is about half a mile. That's set to occur in mid-October or early November. And so we'll reach out to the wineries and let them know. And so basically the pavement's in pretty bad shape right near the wineries on Cienega. And so there's going to be roughly half a mile repaving, and then we're going to skip a segment because it's in good shape, and then there'll be another 1/10 of a mile a little bit further down. The big goal for us then is to finish a piece of Cienega a few miles behind that, and then the Cienega as you go out to Highway 25. So, but that'll be good. Adjacent to the wineries, the pavement will be in a lot better shape in a couple months. Union Road, there's a little piece. So the bridge project's on schedule, on budget. Everything's going really well with the bridge project, and they will be opening up the bridge tentatively in early November before Thanksgiving. The signals will be active. And there's a signal on Cienega now, as well as at San Benito Street. So that's on schedule. As I mentioned before, when Caltrans gives us funding, they only let us go so far past a bridge for road improvements. And so there's going to be about 150 feet that's not finished. I'll probably get a few phone calls, but we have a contractor ready to actually come in and finish the last 150 feet. We've budgeted and planned for it. So it'll come right after that. After the contractor's finished with the bridge. And just so you know, the bridge demo of the existing bridge will be ongoing, probably start now, and it might go into the spring. We might have to pause, depending on how much water we get in this creek. And then we're gonna start some mitigation planting in the creek as well. But the road and the signals should be open before Thanksgiving, so that'll be exciting for that. So this is a little bit miscellaneous, but it's just fun to, keep the ongoing discussion. So apologize for misspelling Fairview there, but there's guardrails at Fairview and Los Vibros. We met with the contractor. The contractor gave us an estimate. We've actually sent the contract to the contractor, and we've actually received some insurance docs back from them. So it sounds like that's moving forward. We have the budget. We don't have a schedule yet, but we've made progress. And so we're trying to get those guardrails repaired over at Fairview and Los Vibros. And I think that's about it for now. There's a few other things going on, but those are kind of the highlights. So I'll pause for questions.
Anybody? Questions? Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. A question on what you were saying about the in front of Santana Ranch. You said, so what's the deal if they get a commercial client, then Anderson Homes is paying for the road, or the commercial Anderson is? And you said, what if we have to deal with it first? Do we get like refunded from them? How does that work?
No, that's why it's kind of I don't want to say it's a chicken and egg. It's a little bit of a waiting game. Either we fund it and complete the improvements, or when they do the commercial, they would do the improvements. But it's not part of their agreement. There's no written contract that says thou shalt pave this section at a certain time or at any time. If they don't have commercial for the next 10 years, it just would never be paved, essentially. So
I guess they just verbally said we'll pave it if we get commercial.
Well, we met with them a few times, and one of the improvements that we're requiring, I should say, not requesting, is they're going to be putting in a turn pocket and a raised concrete median there for the commercial area. And when they do that, they'd have to repave that section, basically. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's a timing thing.
Yeah. Okay. My other question was, I know we talked a while ago about the potential of like those, I don't know, like speed bumps, but like miniature speed bumps, the little bump. We were going to talk about like Magladry Road for those. Is that still something that
It is, and
feasible?
I hope so for Magladry. Where I do intend to put them, believe it or not, is over on Buena Vista. There's a reverse S curve that we have some issues with, so that's going to get some rumble strips. We're going to be putting rumble strips over at Four Corners at Dunville. I do have to get back to you to see if I think we can put them on Magladry like we talked about. So I need to add that to the order. Can I borrow your pen real quick? So I'll write that down. But thanks for the reminder, because that one kind of slipped through the cracks. So thank you.
Got it. And then my just last question was just regarding Lover's Lane again, if we're going to end up having, you think, anything left over from, I don't know what pocket it was supposed to be from. But
Yeah, it's Measure G. So good news, bad news with Measure G. Good news is there's a pot of about 10 million. We think there'll be $1 million-ish left over, but I think we need to see where some projects go and, I don't know, make some decisions in the next few months. But the good news is there is about $1 million more than we need. And on top of that, there's 2 bridge projects under Measure G that we're having to fund mostly ourselves because they're not on the Highway Bridge Program. One of them is on Cienega. That's a $3 million bridge. And the other one's on Carr Avenue, which is also about a $3 million bridge. We're going to be applying for some grants, for bridge grants. So if either one of those are granted funds, those Measure G funds would also become available, and we can have those discussions. And Lover's Lane would be on the top of my list as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Anything? No. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on the Santana Ranch part. So for me, I just don't think it would make any sense for us to go and repave that when we're expecting them to put commercial in and they're going to be required to pay for it. So hoping we can have consensus on that they're, we need to wait basically until they put the commercial in, because that's really the intention of.
Noted. I concur. We'll keep patching, and it's drivable. There's not huge potholes in that one spot, and keep our fingers crossed. They've had some interest commercially in a good way, so we'll just keep thinking good commercial thoughts.
Great. And then the frontage, are we able to, or is there any conclusion on whether we can put up signs? And did we put up signs that say, is that allowed? Did we look into that as far as, I know there's only probably 4 weeks left or something. Is it 3 or 4 weeks? I guess it's probably getting closer to the end of the thing now, but.
It is, and you're referring to the San Juan Hollister Road.
Yeah,
frontage.
the whole issue with the detour and the signal and people, basically ignoring the no turn on red.
So the last I heard was Sheriff Taylor was probably going to coordinate with CHP to put some presence out there. We did look for spots. It's tricky for signage. The way the frontage is, it's it's a wide road. So I did drive out there. I didn't see a great spot for a sign that would help.
Okay.
But I think the sheriff's been talking to CHP about trying to be out there in the morning sometimes. So.
Okay, sounds good. And then, so you mentioned Prescott. What is the timeline again on the bridge part of it? Just when I drove over it, I was like, oh yeah, the bridge, that's that's later down the line, I guess?
The bridge is much later down the line. That project doesn't fix the bridge. Unfortunately, it went around the bridge, the force main. It didn't touch the bridge. So we've been talking about reaching out to maybe the ag community to try to get some funding there because it's mostly their trucks. But
Right.
the bridge is not part of that project. So.
Okay. And then I've been asked about when will we get notice for these, I think, the projects, and I think it would be the Sealy project and Aromas. Just how do we just notice the people on the road, or how does that work?
Yeah, you bet. So what we do is we still have to have the pre-con meeting with our construction management team and the contractor. And once that occurs, we give them essentially the template for a flyer, and then they put flyers on the doors or in the mailboxes. And then I encourage residents, when I've been talking to them, if you see us, and we haven't scheduled the pre-con meeting yet, but when it's scheduled, feel free to come out if you're home at that moment and talk to us and tell us about issues and things. I've talked to a few residents, but the answer is it's usually about a week before construction starts. We'll put the flyers on.
I mean, Aromas is small. You could probably go out on the corner and just yell it out, but whatever we can do to notice people there. And then you gave some November timelines. Obviously, we should be, the public should be aware of whether, if we have inclement weather, that some of these timelines could be pushed back, considering we're heading into the winter here relatively soon.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the contractors was able to accelerate their schedule and start in October versus November, which is great. But yeah, I've seen sunny weather for October, but you're correct, November, we'll see.
And the same thing, are there any projects that have been, and I'd have to connect the dots from the last meeting, anything that's been pushed off that we should let people know?
No, there's...
And then the Union Road Bridge, how do we explain to people, because I think it's going to be a topic now, I think, because of the switch over, why did we do that and all this, and most of it's federal funding. How do we explain to people that seem to constantly say, well, the bridge seemed perfectly fine. I know that there are standards that the federal government has for ratings for bridges, but is that essentially it fell below the threshold of what's considered safe?
I'm glad you asked that, yeah, because just to recap the bridge, I'm rounding, it's about a $40 million bridge. This highway bridge program is paying for 90% of it, so we're paying $4 million. And the reason, to answer your question, there's two primary reasons. One, the geometry of the road, every so often, and the public doesn't really hear about this, but there's an accident at the angle point on Union Road at San Benito Street because it's not a smooth curve there. Mm-hmm. So the geometry's not great. And then more importantly for the bridge folks, the existing bridge, we put some scour countermeasures, these big blocks that kind of block the columns and the piers. But what's happening is the creek is getting underneath there and scouring away the foundations. And so the highway bridge folks were concerned, years ago about that. And so I don't think it's improved since then. So that's the main reason. It's a scour underneath the existing columns. And if we didn't participate in the program now with, the 90%, 10%, technically it's 88 and 12%, then we might miss our window. And, if the existing bridge were to fail, we, the county, could be on the hook for the whole 40 million. So, but the main answer is the scouring of the columns.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Bet.
Okay, nothing. Okay, I just have one, because you and I have talked about Tres Pinos in South County and everything that's going on there. San Juan Canyon, did you give us a range when that was going to be done? I'm starting to get more and more calls at the upper end of San Juan Canyon. I know staff went out there and did some potholing. I actually drove it. Is there a schedule for that one?
Yeah, so that one, to take one step back, we had about $14 million to be utilized from the, quote, general fund that the supervisors delegated, But for this year, to answer your question, we had about 14 million. So we had to split San Juan Canyon into, two phases. Two seasons, I'll say. And what that means is, so there's going to be 3.6 million, I believe, designated to be spent in summer, spring. But that's going to max out how much we had for the year. And so the construction, the other 3 million has to go into next fiscal year. The other 3 million. And so to answer your question, we do plan to start construction in the spring. and go through next summer and start construction. So.
Okay, some of the residents are under the impression that was happening before next year. So you're going to be getting some calls because I'll be sending them your way.
Sure.
And then last time on roads, did you talk about culvert cleaning, that was coming? Because also San Juan Canyon has mentioned their culverts are very clogged.
Yeah, so good news, Ben, is we've talked about that with the designers. We put a pretty big budget into that project for cleaning culverts because some of them are pretty bad. I think there's roughly 50. There's quite a few. And so it's in the budget for that project. But our road crews, they're transitioning from weed abatement. They're trying to finish that up. And once they get done with the weed abatement, then they'll transfer to culvert cleaning. So that answers the question.
Yep. And remind me to talk to you after the meeting about weed abatement. I got 2 bad spots.
Okay.
Anybody? All good? Okay. So thank you, Steve, so much for the update. We really appreciate it. We're going to move on to board announcements. Anybody like to go first?
I can go if you want.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah, just start off, we had mobility partnership, had a workshop on the Highway 25 expansion. I think it's pretty clear at this point that the biggest focus has to be, and I definitely reemphasized this during the meetings, advocacy with state legislation, and as far as changing the VMT cap tire environmental rules that were put in that are sort of a one-size-fits-all approach from the state that I think and others agree, I hope, that isn't appropriate considering we're a rural community, and some of these requirements are, I made the point, are just not feasible for our community and very costly. And so that's the other part, is we're going to really need to advocate in the coming years for state and federal funding, because the project not only does not have a timeline, but has a budget that keeps ballooning, and I expect it to probably keep going up on the pace we're at here of $600 to $800 million, and we only have $200+ million set aside for that over the long haul. And then the other item, just to keep in mind, the Highway 25 101 interchange improvement project, the Santa Teresa extension project that will largely affect Gavilan College and people that go out through that way, is moving along, and just please look for information to come on that. And I know our chair was coordinating, and I don't mean to speak for you, but coordinating with having our PIO and whatnot work with VTA on that to make sure our public is aware. And then I had an annual 3CE Central Coast Community Energy Meeting. The theme of the 2-day event, for me at least, was and something that I pressed on when I had the opportunity, was the rising utility costs that we're all facing. But on one end, it's very important to emphasize to the public, you are getting lower costs with your utility bills if you go through 3C. If you opt out of 3C, you're going to be paying more through PG&E. The vast majority of these rising costs that we're all facing, unfortunately, are due to PG&E essentially, and the mistakes and problems they've had in the past with wildfires and the liability there, but also the CPUC at the state level. And so I really made the push that 3CE, which encompasses 5 counties, a large chunk of the state, that we really focus in the coming years on advocating with the CPUC and state legislators to really look at not requiring such a massive amount of money to be set aside, because what most people don't realize is what happens is the CPUC requires agencies like PG&E and 3CE to set aside this huge portion of their budget for what's called resource adequacy. And so that's essentially why our bills are so high. And I've so made the push that we really need to emphasize lobbying to lower those costs for resource adequacy. And then lastly, I just was able to stop by the Anzar High School Fall Festival in my district on Saturday, 30th anniversary of Anzar. It was nice to be back on campus there as a former football coach of Anzar. And I just want to say congratulations to the school and the Aroma San Juan School District on the 30th anniversary. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez, do you have any announcement? Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. So we had our second public defender committee meeting, and it went really well. We're not ready to bring back bylaws and that yet, but there was a lot of healthy discussion and a lot of listening. We heard from our current public defenders and learned kind of a little bit about their process. And so more work on that. Our next meeting is going to be October 9th at 11 a.m. at the sheriff's office in the conference room. So if anyone is interested, we're going to continue working on bylaws and committee members and all of those things. But there's been a lot to talk about so far. The COG had a Highway 25 workshop that was very well attended. We had Caltrans representatives from both District 4 and District 5. So kind of nice to see there was members of VTA there and members of the public. All of the COG board was there and just kind of really taking a look at Highway 25. And there is no way that we're going to be able to fund Highway 25 alone, right? It's going to take a partnership. We're going to need to get funding from the state and the federal, as well as our Measure G funding. They presented a lot of different alternatives for us to look at as we consider moving forward and working towards the notice of preparation for the EIR. And I think some of the ideas are don't seem feasible at all, but I think there's a responsibility that we have to make sure that we look at absolutely everything so that hopefully when we do get to that point of being ready to move forward and start construction, we are not going to be held up with litigation and lawsuits and things, that we will have a hopefully very airtight project. So exciting to see that there is actually movement, and I think there's a lot of willingness and cooperation between all of the parties really kind of working. And I think that the parties really understand the need that we have in this community for Highway 25. It is incredibly frustrating, the change in rules with CAPDI and VMT, but we've got to all work together to figure out a solution. And I think there's a real commitment from your COG board, like I said, Caltrans, both District 4 and 5, as well as VTA. So exciting on that front. So that was the workshop. The following Thursday, we had a COG board meeting, and we concurred with let's move forward looking at kind of 6, 7 of the alternatives. One of them is to take a look at doing nothing, right? But that's considered a 7th one. So there is movement happening, and it will go out to the public. So as soon as the notice of preparation is released, I think we'll be having a public kind of meeting and listening and looking at all of those different options sometime October, November timeframe. I was attended the RCRC conference last week, which is the rural counties, 40 counties within rural California that got together and met up in Sonoma County. We had a discussion around everything from clean energy, agriculture, the rural perspective, and kind of the legislature. How do we advocate even better, as well as a really kind of uplifting story that kind of focused around tragedy, perseverance, and hope. And so it was a really awesome conference. I do want to thank all of the businesses that donated. Every county puts together a basket representing your county. Those are auctioned off at a dinner. And then all proceeds go to the chair of RCRC, the charities of their choice. So currently this year, the chair is Supervisor Chris Lopez from Monterey County. We raised $110,000 for his charities in his county. So thank you again to the businesses that supported. I think we had Irma's, we had Bertuccio's, we had Kinsabi Ranches, we had Granite Rock, we had San Juan Oaks, who am I forgetting? We had
Golf.
That was San Juan Oaks. We had golf. La Katrina, Paynes. Heavenly Bakery. It just is really great, the businesses that supported. And so thank you very, very much. I apologize if I've forgotten anybody, but we really, really do appreciate the support. I want to, prior to the board meeting this morning, I went down to Cafe Con Leche. Our elections team is down there. And so they'll be there till 11 o'clock. So if any of you would like to go down, learn about any upcoming deadlines, or just have questions about anything, you want to register, whatever it is, they will be down there until 11 o'clock. So that concludes my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger? Nope. Okay, I'm going to try and make this quick, even though my list is really long. It was a busy 2 weeks. The Sanitary Solutions Ad Hoc met, and we have given, Supervisor Zanger and I have given direction on bringing back before the end of the year some options and all the research that's been done about what we will have available without a landfill expansion. They're looking at everything. They're bringing all of these items forward to be able to present to the board as a whole. And I want to thank Supervisor Zanger for being on that committee, or that ad hoc. We had a NACO Ag and Rural Steering Committee meeting this week. It is very interesting where RCRC is advocating and being educated about how ag land is being taken away by solar and other climate action kind of sort of energy resources. And the Ag and Rural Steering Committee of NACO is very much in line with RCRC, which makes us advocating even stronger in preserving our ag land. And I really would like to potentially have some sort of presentation to give some stats. There is an incredible new from USDA. It's a website. I connected staff with the website that does all of the statistics of grant funding from USDA. And we have improved our grant funding for this county. We were in 5th when you looked at similar counties in the past, I'd say from 2018 to probably 2022. And then from 23-24, we have made it to, I believe we're 2nd in receiving USDA funding. So that is really great. I want to thank the staff for that. But there's so much information, it would be really nice to highlight. And if we could send that link to all the supervisors so that they have that, you can filter out all the data. It is the best data source I've ever seen from the federal government. So also we have our consultant put together a summary of facts about the company that's looking at leasing and buying the hospital. And that summary of facts, I would like distributed to all the board members. I don't know, Supervisor Zhang, or Kosmicki, I know you received it, but I'd like that to all the board members. And after talking to county council, because it is a completely fact-based item, that we could post that information on our hospital kind of conglomerate of information that we've been doing. So if there's no objection, I'd like to just have that released to all the board members, but also posted for the public. Are we good with that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and if we can put it on Facebook as its own item, that would be great too.
Yeah, I think and actually highlighting that entire website of information would be good, because it's all fact-based information, and that's all we can do in this upcoming election process. Thank you for that. That was a great suggestion. Let's see. We've already had supervisors talk about Mobility Partnership, COG, the workshop. But while I was at RCRC, I specifically attended to talk to other counties and the RCRC staff about the advocating for relief on CAPTI, and that's the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, advocating why rural counties have to be looked at differently. So I really feel like we have
to take a two-prong approach. We need to move forward with where we're at right now with the laws on Highway 25. So we are starting the CEQA process through COG. We are going to be doing some outreach with COG and Caltrans and making sure that people understand that the 10125 construction is a two-phase construction, and it is not a fix-all. It is a safety update. So as more information becomes available, we're hopeful at COG that we can do a workshop, a public workshop, so the public can be informed more about what's happening there. Also, we were informed at COG, right? Not Mobility Partnership. At COG, we were informed that the shift of the detour of Union Road was it Mobility? The shift is going to, well, it was Mobility, but they added more information at COG. So no, thank you. You're triggering all of my memories there. The shift from the detour, when the detour ends, which is scheduled to be mid-October, they haven't given us an official date yet. But what will happen is overnight, the detour will be gone. The realignment of the intersection at that light will be opened, and the new highway will be opened with only one lane each way. It's not going to be the full 2 lanes, but it's all going to happen in one day. So like one day you're on the old road, next day, and you're on the detour. The next day you're not. You're all the way up to the light and you're on the new highway. They are trying to do all of that simultaneously. So that's really good. And especially if the weather holds, that allows them to then, unfortunately, there's going to be a detour at Mitchell where the restaurant is right there on the corner. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the new name of the restaurant. Roadhouse. And there's going to be a detour to be able to get to that restaurant. So I would just advocate for our local businesses. They're going to take a big hit because there's going to be a closure and a detour at Mitchell for some time while they're redoing and finishing up that other side of the highway. It is still on schedule that we will be completely shifted onto the new highway by the fall of 2025 with the new frontage road being redone. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands there's going to be some press releases that'll be coming out from Caltrans. The PIO has been in contact and introduced to the Caltrans representative. So that's going to be a big shift for our community. And thank you to the residents. I know this has been hard. I've been getting lots of phone calls. I can't tell you how much my husband tells me the same thing that you call me and tell me about the detour. So we're working as closely with Caltrans as we can to make that move forward. LAFCO is going to be publishing a new website that's an actual San Benito County LAFCO website. We've also been working on policy, our handbook and policy and procedures, and there is a Cal LAFCO conference coming up in October, and I appreciate this LAFCO. Commissioners have nominated me for the coastal representative of Cal LAFCO. I'm not sure if I even have a chance of getting on that, but I am working hard and advocating, and while I was at RCRC, I was trying to advocate for that also. We had a CSAC AI steering committee, which will be we'll be presenting our findings from the steering committee this next CSAC meeting that'll be in Southern California. I attended the Chamber Awards ceremony. Congratulations to all the honorees. It's amazing how incredible some of our community members are and what they've done over so many years. San Juan Oaks has had their grand opening of the clubhouse and the golf course. It is really great. If you haven't been out there, you should go out there and try and support our local businesses. Thank you to the board members for attending a special board meeting that we had to call only 2 days after a board meeting, so I wanted to thank the board for that. And then I thank both the Democratic Central Committee and the Republican Central Committee. I was invited to both events and was able to connect with candidates representatives from the state and federal and local. It was a really great, both of them were great events. So that's all I have. So moving on to public
Madam
comment.
Chair.
Oh, yes.
I'm just wondering, would it be appropriate for us to ask Caltrans to come to our board meeting on October 8th and do a presentation on 156 Union, the updates, kind of the changes? That will be right before the middle of the month. And so I'm just thinking that would give us kind of a week, make sure it's at the forefront of all of our minds of kind of what are the most current updates, what are things looking like, what are the detours and the changes and all of that are going to be.
Everybody good with that?
Should we have them do 25 when they're here though too?
We can have
An
that.
update on that as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that good? Okay. Okay. So that's kind of going around kind of our new agenda item, but because of the urgency of this item, I really feel that that's a great suggestion, and it'll help Supervisor Kosmicki's poor constituents that are being affected so much with all of that detours. So that was it for me. So we're moving on to public comment for items not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Tammy Aviles.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. Tammy Aviles with Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. Just wanting to let you know that October 21st to the 26th is National Friends of Libraries Week, and the Friends will be having a table, an info and prize table in the library. So if you'd like to stop by, we'll have flyers coming up pretty soon. And then also the library installed a book locker. If you're driving by 475th Street, you'll see it on the outside. And they're having a ribbon cutting tomorrow at around 11 a.m. So if you're available, please stop by for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your announcement.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I've often come up here. No, I come up here too much. But I want to remind you in your positions that it should always be policy before politics. And one of the important measures that's going to affect San Benito County, in my opinion, in a negative way is Measure A. And it would be great to hear from the supervisors out in public how they feel about Measure A. The PIO videos, I think, are great. Keep it going. You bring the employees faces to the local community where they even recognize them and they get excited that this is my friend and this is what she does. This is my daughter. This is my son. So keep it up. It's really, really great idea. Thank you for doing that. It's called the Roadhouse. It's called Harvest Time Roadhouse.
That's it. Harvest.
And they're going to be affected dramatically. If you're going to want to go to the Roadhouse, you're going to have to travel more than a mile west before you can make a U-turn to come back. They were told by Caltrans, keep track of your receipts, keep track of your expenses. We are going to compensate you because we know that there's going to be a loss of revenue. Now they're saying, no, we're not going to do that. I would like our Board of Supervisors to support that business by please communicating with Caltrans any way you can, whether it's through COG or directly with them when they come here at your next meeting. We have to help this business. That individual out there is losing thousands of dollars because it's all going to expenses just to run electricity. The refrigerators that he has out there without any business is costing him a lot of money. You all drive by the taco stands or the RVs that are vans that put themselves and they're selling food out on the roads. And I come here and I complain all the time, but I'm going to put you on notice legally. These folks have, if you haven't seen it, they have propane tanks. They are very, very dangerous. They could be, I mean, I've spoken to firefighters that go out and do the wildfires, and they explode like a missile. And it's not about it hurting and damaging the people that are in the area. You could be driving by and one of that propane tank goes off. It can be a liability. I really urge you to get your code enforcement out there, and that's just something waiting to happen, and it's a lawsuit because we're not doing anything about it as a county to stop that. I appreciate that they're trying to make a living, but they got to make a living the right way, and this is not the right way. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Rochelle. Rochelle. Oh, you checked mark general public comment as well as the Pacheco one. You just want the Pacheco one? Okay. Then no more public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving on to consent. We're going to open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment on consent.
Is there any comments from board members on consent? Nope. Okay, with that, can I get a motion to approve consent?
So moved. Second.
I'll give the second to Supervisor Sotelo, first to Supervisor Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0 on consent.
That's a rarity for us.
I was going to say, congratulations. I think that's a first this year. Oh, and it's a long consent. Okay, so now we're going to move on to regular agenda. Item number 2.1. This is approve a letter to the City of Hollister as public agency comments for proposed identifying the City of Hollister's draft general plan. And I believe, Ariel, you're presenting, right? I mean...
Yes, I am.
I was a little confused because it was presented by the Board of Supervisors instead of RMA. That kind of threw me for a loop, but I'm assuming that's because we're signing the letter.
I partnered with Dulce, and she recommended that it be that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
As you were signing the letter.
Okay. Thank you.
So good morning, Chair, fellow supervisors, and members of the public. The City of Hollister published the revised draft general plan, draft climate action plan, and their draft agricultural preservation program back on July 3rd, 2024. The city is still accepting comments on those 3 plans. The comment period for the draft EIR on the general plan closed back on August 16th. So the letter is just to the 3 plans. Staff prepared some comments for the board to consider sending in a formal response letter to the City of Hollister on the policies reflecting area of their planning area currently within San Benito County jurisdiction, to highlight policies such as land use 1.11 intergovernmental coordination, land use 1.12 application review of county project, or land use 1.9 contiguous annexations. Comments mainly address continued collaboration with the county on these policies and coordination on the county's work on our own comprehensive climate action plan and agricultural element and the San Benito County Conservation Plan. At this time, staff can answer any questions on the letter and its content.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment first.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Any comments from board members? Questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah. So generally, the letter, the way I read it, seems supportive of the City of Hollister's draft general plan right now. And I'm not supportive of it. Specifically, I know in the letter it talks about the supportive of the hard work for the agricultural lands preservation program and some of the general statements from the city regarding focusing growth in the urban areas. But my issue is their vast expansion of the sphere of influence over a lot of county ag land. And that's just a precursor to annexation for development. And I mean, LAFCO states that very clearly, that if something's in the sphere of influence, I mean, they're not going to deny an annexation request. They haven't in, I think, 30 years. I don't think they ever have. So I'm generally just not supportive of the direction of their general plan. And so I sort of have an issue with the letter as it stands right now. I'd be open to maybe having some sort of, I don't know, further discussion, a workshop where we can maybe revise some things on the letter before we send it out. That would be my suggestion.
That sounds great.
Supervisor Sotelo, any comments? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I do have comments. Yeah, and I share the same thoughts as Supervisor Zanger. I think, for me, the letters, it's nice to have a template of some issues that staff has identified, but there are obviously much larger political ramifications and areas where I think it's really appropriate for the supervisors to offer more robust feedback. So I would also definitely support having a workshop, as soon as possible. I don't know what I didn't see what the timeline was for comments. I assume it's probably closing at some point relatively soon. But yeah, I feel like we should definitely take a deeper dive into the general plan beyond the points staff has made. And I also can't support, I'll just be upfront. I think we have to address the vast amount of farmland that is being included in the sphere of influence. It's been stated by their own consultant that it's over 3,000 acres of county farmland that would be prone to future development in areas like Buena Vista Wright Road corridor. We have a high school potential over there that's a hot topic in the community, and I just feel like it would be appropriate for us to, again, take a deeper dive on that. In particular, the Wright Road Buena Vista area, I feel like is highly inappropriate for mass development that's potential, not just potential, but likely through the sphere of influence, which is definitely the first step. We cannot deny that if you have a sphere of influence, that it is essentially an opening the door and a welcome mat for annexation into the city at some point. So you have Buena Vista, you have Fairview is another area that's highly contentious, the Union Road corridor, and then the other one is San Juan Road. And so yeah, I would personally, if we can continue this and put this off, would like to have a discussion about opposing the city of Hollister's approach when it comes to essentially including so much of our precious farmland, particularly, like I said, Wright Road and Buena Vista. That's prime ag land. That's some of the best farmland in our community, and they're essentially proposing to eventually swallow that up for development. And so we can't, I know there's been some attempts to sugarcoat this from the city side, but people that are around politics and around planning know very well what it means when you have a sphere of influence. It means it's going to be developed eventually. And so I just recommend we put this off, schedule a workshop potentially for the very next meeting if we can, if there's enough time, and give more robust feedback. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Ariel, what was the time frame in which the county was supposed to respond, or if there was a public comment period?
Yeah, so I reached out to the city staff, and they don't have a closing comment period for the general plan, their CAP, and their ag preservation program, only on their EIR, but they are planning to take it to their city council before the end of the year.
And the time frame within the EIR aspect, when was that?
That was back on August 16th that the EIR portion closed. Staff didn't have specific comments to the EIR. It was more all of the policies in their general plan.
Okay, I guess my question is, why didn't we as supervisors make some sort of objection then? Why are we now trying to make an objection after the fact? I actually support the letter. I agree with it. I think we should move forward with it. But if we as supervisors were going to take a stance, we should have taken it within the time frame that we should have. And so I think having a meeting now, it kind of defeats the purpose. And I know that the city had a robust series of meetings when they were developing this plan, and so I wouldn't want to meddle in that process. I just think we should have adhered to the time frame that was provided for the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? No. Okay, this item, I mean, the letter, I understand why you guys are recommending, these changes that you've recommended, but the sphere of influence, right now, I'm having a hard time. I've reviewed the general plan, the sphere of influence, but also there's this future boundary that goes all the way down to Cienega and all the way across into Piscinas. And I really don't understand what a future looks like that with the city of Hollister. I know they've been going through a lot of work on this. I don't believe we've done enough collaboration from our level. I know you as staff have been working on this with the city and the city staff, but I don't feel like we've done enough conversation between the electeds. I'm new to this general plan and all these amendments and how is it typically done, coordinating where a city is updating their general plan like San Juan Bautista or Hollister when we're not updating our general plan, and what takes precedence when you're looking at this? I know spheres are very big deals for cities, but also our zoning in certain areas takes priority. I know there's all these layers. I think a little more information besides just here's the letter. I don't know if you guys are talking about a workshop. Are you asking for a public workshop?
A presentation at the board level
Okay.
where we can have a discussion about what we actually, and have a back and forth discussion. This is the comment period. I'm not sure I honestly don't know what Supervisor Gonzalez was saying. I mean, this is the comment period when we can provide comments. So this would be the appropriate time to provide comments. So yeah, it would just be a discussion, a presentation, and staff can delve into the pieces. I particularly want to know about the specific plan areas and the implications of expanding by over 3,000 acres of farmland in the county. I think it's certainly a county matter, and I agree with, it's not just a city general plan in a sense, it's all of our general plan because it's essentially going to impact the entire community. So I don't think the letters, it's good work by the staff because that's your role, but I think it's our role to also provide additional feedback, not just to sign off on.
Correct, and that's why staff was here today, was to
Yeah.
get that feedback and the direction.
Yeah, I would be very supportive of an item, but it needs to be sooner than later. And we need to make sure that we're seeing more than just the letter. I think, because I've gone through the general plan and I have a lot of questions asking why. I understand right now, the sphere is practically the city boundaries. That's not accurate either. Coming from a LAFCO perspective, you need your sphere to be where your growth is, but I'm not understanding what the intent is, especially in the agricultural areas, and how does our ag element and what we're trying to do with our general plan amendments work in conjunction with that. So I need a little more educating before I actually can say I support the letter. That's where I'm at right now. So I think because of the where I'm at is I think we need to continue this item and get more information and have maybe even a collaborative city-county presentation. It shouldn't just be from the county. I think the city could present on behalf of the elected officials on what the intent is, if we're all good with that.
Okay.
Sooner than later, though.
Okay.
Not to put any pressure on the city, and I'm really sorry, city, but I think we need to talk more.
Okay, I will reach out to the city and see if they're available and we can get it on the next board meeting.
Okay, that would be
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. And thank you I know nobody understands the amount of work that you guys have put into this. I appreciate everything that staff has done. No reflection on you guys. This is really just, we need to be more aware of what we're adopting before we do a letter of recommendation. So thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 2.2. And 2.2 is to approve a request on the Pacheco Stormwater District based on that original loan we had. And Mr. Loop is coming back to us. Welcome back, Mr. Loop.
Thank you. I'm going to upload some photos here.
It's cold.
Okay, should be ready. Great. So, thank you, board, again for allowing us to present this item. So, as was just mentioned, back in August of 2023, the Board of Supervisors approved a loan to the Pacheco Stormwater District in the amount of $1.6 million. And there was two primary objectives that was discussed as part of that loan. The first objective was to remove some very large debris piles out of the creek in a certain segment that were really one of the primary reasons for the creek backing up and breaching and a lot of some of the issues that were going on. And so there's actually 5 large debris piles, and I've actually shown you those photos a few times, so I didn't want to, I don't know, show them again. So so that's been accomplished. So the debris piles are out. 2 of the 3 debris piles are actually burned. There's a third one that's kind of near an old walnut orchard that we're coordinating with CAL FIRE to have that pile burned as well. But the debris piles are, that task is pretty much complete. Additionally, the task that's pretty much complete is there was multiple levee breaches. And so there's one segment, so those have been repaired. There's one segment that still has, I'll say 6 to 8 feet of levee that we're working on with the permitting agencies to finish that before the rainy season, hopefully. So that's almost done as well. So good news is, out of the $1.6 million to complete those projects, the Pacheco Stormwater District has only utilized about $1.4 million. Another part of the status on the project is there's roughly, I'll say 8 steps in the FEMA process till you actually receive reimbursement. And both those projects are on step 6. They actually passed from step 5 to step 6 this past week. I mean, technically there's a little bit of mini steps in between, but basically they're a couple steps from possibly being reimbursed. And just so we're on the same page, the best case reimbursement would be 94%. And that's 75% FEMA, a little bit from the state, and there'll still be 6% kind of remaining. And that's just in a perfect world, even for any of these projects for emergency repairs. The best we hope for is about 96%, or excuse me, 94%. And then there'll be 6% kind of remaining. And so the Pacheco Stormwater District during the past year, they've been really active, looking at grants, trying to get other sources of funding. We have a representative of the trustees. She'll be here in a moment, Michelle, to talk about other sources of funding to try to, help continue the progress that's made out there and to even repay some of this funding as well. So there will be approximately $200,000 of loans remaining unused out of the $1.6 million loan. And there are some areas within the creek, and I'm going to show you pictures of one specific area in a moment, that do have urgent needs for repairs. Something to note, this is private property, it's not county property. And so the Pacheco Stormwater District, they're essentially a team that oversees the easements that the district has been granted back in the 40s and 50s to have the ability to maintain that creek. But all the creek's it's basically all private property except where our 2 bridges are on San Felipe and Lovers Lane. So the bridge over by Lovers Lane, downstream of that bridge, I've taken some photos, and one of the residences have taken some photos. So this is if you're looking downstream, so if you're driving down Lovers Lane towards 152 and you look towards your left, if you were to go about 100 feet down there, this happened per the last storm event. One of the trees fell over. And these 2 pictures are the same. I'll show you some more in a moment, but essentially that's the levee right now. So you have trees that have fallen over, old tree stumps. I'll show you a couple pictures in a second. But basically, there's some pretty serious erosion issues in this one spot. So again, if you look to the left, there's kind of a hole that was carved out. That's the top of the levee where the residents standing. You can kind of see some of the trees and things that I'd just shown you a photo of behind the arrow. So it's starting to erode away. not a good way. And then down below, this is actually taken a little bit past where the resident is, but that's a tree that's on the edge of the bank when it was dry just kind of recently. And you can see there's some serious issues in this one area. This is probably, in my opinion, from what I've seen, the worst area along the creek from an erosion standpoint. And so the thought and the request is to allow the Pacheco Stormwater District, in coordination with the county, to utilize some of those remaining funds at this area and perhaps other areas. And Trustee Schrader will be here in a moment to discuss further. So I think I should probably have her come up, and I'll pause there. So.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Michelle Schroeder. I am the president of the Board of Trustees for the Pacheco Stormwater District. On behalf of the district, I would like to thank the county for all of your support over the past year. We hope that you will approve our current request. As Steve mentioned, we have an urgent need to do additional repair work to avoid another disaster. We have very little in the way of resources to work with at this time, which is why we need your help. As you may recall, our small board of 3 trustees was appointed by you in March of last year. I would like to fill you in on what we have been doing since then. We've been working diligently with county staff on the FEMA applications. Steve mentioned that. They are fairly far along now, but it's been a little bit of a uphill battle to get them there, but they are there, and so we are hopeful for reimbursement before too long. We've also been investigating potential grant funding, primarily through the USDA and Cal OES. We've had meetings with USDA staff in that regard, and so we are continuing to investigate that. We are networking and making connections with various agencies and water districts that may be helpful. So we've met with the San Benito Resource Conservation District, the Santa Clara Valley Water District, the Pacheco Pass Water District, LAFCO, and the Army Corps of Engineers. And we hope to make connections with other groups in the near future. We've also requested a meeting with county staff to learn about the process for having a Prop 218 election for a special assessment for the district, another potential source of funding. The flooding in North County is a long-term problem, and it deserves a long-term solution. We plan to work toward that solution, but it is a big challenge and it's going to take years. In the meantime, we respectfully request your help in meeting this immediate need. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions, of course.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public comment before we go to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I do have Rochelle.
Good morning, board members. My name is Rochelle, and I'm on the advisory board of the Pacheco Stormwater District. And it's hard to beat what our president, Michelle Schroeder, has presented, but it's all great evidence in pursuing our goal, which is to prevent or help ease the flooding issues that we have out in North County. And sitting in on this meeting, listening to you all, it sounds like you're all on board with preserving ag land and important lands, and we can help with that by fixing the flooding problem. And I just wanted to state that we've been busy. It's been a big learning curve, connecting with all the different districts out there, finding out what's available for us. I think that our efforts really helped stave off a flooding issue or a flooding event from the March heavy rains. We took out mounds and mounds and mounds of debris, which opened up the floodways or opened up the waterway. So I think that our part can be helpful and influential. And as Michelle stated, we're actively begging for money to any agency that will listen to us or offer the opportunity to help us. So although we're small, I think the role is huge in helping, and we'd like to work together with the county in pursuing our goals. So thank you for considering our request.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. I'm completely supportive of this. I think it's necessary. Just doing whatever we can to help everyone out there, because it's just, it's a real challenge out there. So I'm supportive of this.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate the leadership and the hard work that you guys have done, as well as staff has done, to address the problem out there. I agree it is a long-term problem. And so I as well am supportive of letting them use the remaining funds that are left from the original loan amount. And I think it's exciting to see that, you're looking at additional grants, that you're looking at kind of all possibilities for funding into the future, even looking at kind of your special district. And so I applaud your effort. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thanks. Just to reiterate what everyone said already. It's obviously supportive. The only question I have maybe for Steve is, maybe I missed this, but what the potential / timeline of reimbursement possibilities are from FEMA on the 1.4-ish.
Yeah. So it's in, like I said, it's roughly 2 steps from the reimbursement phase to timeline wise. We, the county and other counties and cities, we're all kind of been waiting for some of the reimbursements. I could guess in the next few months, maybe. It's close, but it's hard to really tell once it gets to that stage, a timeline, but it's close, I'll say.
Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'm so glad to hear that all of you are supportive of this. We have to thank those members of the area out there on Lovers Lane that came forward and decided to serve as trustees on the board. So thank you, Michelle, and the other trustees that have served. And you guys aren't here asking for additional monies, just the remainder of what was already been authorized. So I have no objection to this. I just want to say thank you for all your effort. Even the idea of considering a Prop 218 process, thank you, because I know that that's significant. But you know where the repairs need to be made. You possess the easement that the county doesn't, and you have the right of way to go in there to do what we cannot. So I think we, moving forward, have to do whatever we can as a board of supervisors to make sure we support what you're doing for our community, for your neighborhood, but for all of us, combined. So I just want to say thank you for all that you've done, and I support this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, you guys. I came onto the county in 2011, and not only the Pacheco Pass Water District, but the Pacheco Stormwater District. I couldn't get anybody to even say what was my contact person from the county clerk side. It was really, and I went back and did all the research back to the very formation, and I just have to say, this has been a ball that's been dropped for decades. It's not a new problem. But I applaud you for everything you're doing, and please don't take this the wrong way. I have concerns, and I want to just make them known. My concerns are we are funding what is in technically a special district. We have special districts in our community that are struggling, that aren't making it either. You're the worst. I will admit that. Out of every special district that I've worked with, yours is the most challenging and the least funded. But I do know we have other special districts that are struggling, and I want to make sure that we are not putting ourselves in any jeopardy of having others come to us and ask for money. And so if this is approved by this body, is it something that we could make an agreement, a written, recorded agreement to be able, because this is not refundable by FEMA, is that correct? For the public, Steve Loop said correct.
Yeah, correct. This is not a FEMA project. It just happened over the course of the past year. So,
And I think it's very important, and I see that you guys are now forward thinking, which is exactly what we need to be doing in this community. My biggest concern is how we can't have special districts thinking that we can fund, or the Prop 218 jurisdictions like the CSAs. CSAs are struggling. They're really struggling, but they have to do the same thing. They have to do a Prop 218. So if we approve this, does it mean that we need to do some sort of a written agreement? I'm looking at county council, some sort of written agreement that this is a loan, or is this a continued loan with the understanding that the board is waiving that we will not be getting any money back from FEMA?
My understanding is this is continuing what the board has already approved. So.
Right, it's continuing it, but when we gave that money, it was understanding that we were going to go to FEMA for as much as we possibly could for reimbursement. So we're continuing this, and but where I'm at right now and where I'm struggling is to ensure that other jurisdictions understand that this is in the best interest of our community to do this, but not a standard that we are funding Prop 218 property owner projects, that we are advocating for making sure our community is safe, because it'll come back to us when the floods happen and we may have millions of dollars that we have to go out again. So how do we, if I can just get some reassurance from you guys that you are working with your property owners to truly do the Prop 218 process and get self-funded, that's really where I'm at right now. And those are my comments. So if you don't feel we have any.
I don't think a written agreement is going to help. I think what the difference is between this and other special districts is we're dealing with exigent circumstances.
Okay.
Trying to fix something that you know is broken.
And it's been broken for years.
So it's not just a matter of being short on money. It has to be fixed.
Right.
So,
and that's kind of where I was going, is our role, because when there are special districts that do not have elected officials that run for office or are appointed by their bodies, it is our responsibility as the county to appoint those individuals. And we, not us, prior bodies of this board were not doing that. And that does mean that we weren't, our county wasn't doing our job by making sure that we were keeping these districts alive and informed, especially with new property owners buying that don't have any idea that they're in a floodplain and that these things happen. The only reason I'm making these comments is because I want to make sure that this is something that the public understands. This is not a normal circumstance, and we need to make sure that we are looking at all of our special districts and our CSAs this way. And if you'd like to respond to my comments, please feel free. But I do hope you understand this is no reflection on all the hard work. And you answered half of my questions with, you've met with the Resource Conservation District, you've met with the Army Corps of Engineers. All of that is what I wanted to hear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Speaking again on behalf of the district, we are well aware that we cannot keep coming back to you for money. We are well aware of that. As the county council, Mr. Prentice mentioned, this is exigent circumstances. We are just trying to get it in a sort of state where we won't keep having these disasters. Obviously, it needs a lot more work even beyond that. I mean, I won't go on and on about all the things that this creek needs right now, but we're just trying to deal with the most critical issues. And, you know, frankly, we have the 1.6 million, so arguably we could have spent it and then come back and said, oh, well, we spent it. But I wanted to be transparent about this. I wanted to let you know what we wanted to do and get your approval.
I so appreciate that. I can't thank you enough for that, because that is one of the hardest things about the situation that we've been put in, is that the transparency of what's been happening. So, and your efforts are applauded, and I do support this. However, I just needed to make sure it was very clear to the public, this is not the norm.
Fully understood on this end, and we're going to keep working with those groups that I mentioned. I mean, we've made initial efforts, we've had initial meetings, but this is going to be a long-term process of building relationships and learning about what we can do to improve
Add
the situation.
USDA rural development to your list if you haven't already.
We've met with USDA. We've had one meeting. We're in contact with James Booth, the NRCS representative. So I'm starting to meet the players and get to understand what all this means.
That's great. And anything that you need that we can help with educating your property owners, I think education is key, especially because it's your property owners that need to understand the situation. And I thank you guys so much for your leadership. If you hadn't stepped up, I don't know what would have happened. So is there a motion?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve request by Pacheco Stormwater District to utilize the remaining funds.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to, unless anybody would like a break? Do we want 5 minutes?
Sure.
We'll come back at 10:35. So that's 6 whole minutes. And we're moving on to item 2.3. And Steve is presenting from the Public Works Department, and it's about Shore Road and I'm going to say it wrong, Tykert and Sons Construction. So take it away, Steve.
You bet. So it's an update and then for questions and answers on our research project Shore Road. So we originally wanted to build it in two pieces, and now it's being built in one segment from Fraser Lake all the way to San Felipe. So a little bit of history on the project. And back in August, the board authorized issuance of invitation for bids. So we have a construction bid package, and that's to go through the board because it's going to end up with a contract being authorized. And so we send it out to the contract world, anyone in the world, well, at least in California, and said, please, we invite you to bid on the project. We received 7 bids on September 9th when bids were due. The overall construction budget, including construction management, is going to be about $4.3 million. So the good news is we received a low bid. I'm rounding, $3.5 million. There's going to be a contingency change order request like we do with all projects for, I think it was about $200,000. So that brings us to 3.7-ish. And with construction management, that's another couple $100,000. So we're around $4 million. So we're slightly under budget. So far, so good, which is good and refreshing because a lot of our other projects have not been, at least even bid under the budget. So, so that's where we're at today. I wanted to just kind of show, because our consultants have been working to, try to get the most accurate bid estimates possible. So the bids received were, 3.4, I'll say 3,477,000. I'm not going to go through everything. And then 3.5, and then 3.7, 3.6, 3.7, one at 4.2, and one at 3.9. So I think it illustrates that, we're doing a decent job on estimating, and the plans themselves were provided enough details so that all of the bidders, kind of came in around the same amount, which is also encouraging. So I will pause there for questions. The request for this item is just for the board to approve the Tykert contract for $3,477,317. So.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, since it's mostly in District 5 and 4, would one of you like to go, or 5 and 1? Sorry about that. Would you like to go, Supervisor Zanger, first?
Sure, yeah, I have a couple questions. Yeah, so thanks, Steve. How many miles is the project?
I think it's about 2.5 total.
Okay. And this Tykert, have they done work in the county before as far as roads?
They have. They did a project for us on South Side Road. They rebuilt that road and built a large retaining wall. They're also the current contractor for Highway 156.
Okay. Cool. So when you mentioned the Shore Road was going to be done in 2 sections, and then it switched to 1 section. And I know you said in August we initiated the bidding process, right? Just so the public understands, is there any particular reason that we did that in August versus earlier in the year when we started the bidding process?
Yeah, so the earlier bid, I might get my dates wrong. It was either January or it was around the holidays. So when we wanted to build one segment first, the problem, and so we have to combine pots of money, but for this current project. The original thought was have 2 pots of money, 2 segments, 2 projects. We tried to bid the original one first, but it came in $500,000 higher than we wanted to. So when we talked to the consultancy, and they said, well, if you combine the whole segment, combine the funding, we'll have to work with our accounting folks. You might save some money on mobilization and that type of thing. So then we came back and rebid it in August, and that's where we're at.
Okay, so I guess we traded time for money in that, basically, right?
Correct. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I have no concerns other than I'm glad to see finally this area is getting some attention and some necessary road repair is being planned. So thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it's nice to see the bid came in under budget. I'm just curious because if there's always, and I know costs constantly go up for everything, especially in recent times, but there was always this generic notion that it was $1 million a mile to repave a road. So I guess this sort of goes without saying, this confirms that we're not at that anymore, that it's more in the line of 1.5.
Correct,
So-
yeah. That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure so we're aware of that as we go forward and we're, dealing with all these projects. In general, I just want to say I'm ecstatic about this project. That area of the county needs a lot of work. A lot of more people are driving over there, and just for the public, this is just another big milestone for this county as we keep moving forward on prioritizing road projects. Thank you.
Supervisor, nope. You stole my thunder. I really wanted to make that point. The $1 million a mile is no longer in existence, and I don't see it coming back anytime soon, not with all of the inflated costs in construction. So I don't have any questions on this except for it's been discussed through many of these types of projects. Everybody brings, not everybody, there's a certain group of people that keep bringing up bike lanes. Is this a widening of the road with a better shoulder, or is this just straight replacement of the road?
It is a slight widening. We'll have 5-foot shoulders, so it's not a bike lane type of project. The road is getting widened slightly, and there will be a shoulder for
little more safety.
brave bicyclists. But yes.
Okay,
so.
okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Chair, just another question. What's the, I know you probably said it earlier in the meeting, but what's the timeline for sure then? When are they going to get out there?
So as soon as, hopefully if it's approved this morning, then we've talked to the contractor just briefly about having a pre-construction meeting and see what can be done. My prediction, and I might be wrong if we have great sunny weather for the next 6 months, but the first phase is to clean out the roadside ditches because they're actually causing a little bit of the flooding issues, or making them worse, I should say, at least. So that'll be the first step. And then my guess is that this paving won't start till the spring, but I might be wrong. Monterey County has what they call warm mix asphalt, and that allows you to pave down to 50 degrees ambient temperature, which is pretty cold. So if there's no rain, you could technically pave through the winter. And there's actually another contractor we're working with that has a big paving contract starting in January if there's no rain. So that's kind of where the schedule's at. Does that make sense? So.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
I move to approve per staff recommendation on all 4 requests, items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Can I get a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay, don't go away, Steve.
Correct.
2.4, approve the amendment with Vanner Construction Management to perform construction management services for the county roads projects.
Correct. So I'll give you a little bit of history. This was actually, I think, was on consent and got shifted over to regular, which is fine. We can discuss it, of course. And I don't know really a presentation, but I'll just go through a little bit of history on where we're at. So roughly a month ago, this same item was presented to the board, and I think the board has some reservations, perhaps about the amount of the contract, which at that point was $890,000. And so this is an amendment to an ongoing construction management contract. And those other projects aren't needed right away. And so I think the thought perhaps was to dial down the amendment and to go out for an RFP, which the county's working on after we get through a couple other RFPs that we're working on, but to go out for RFQ for construction management firms. And if Veneer or whoever else wants to, apply to be placed on our list of on-call construction management firms, that's great. So the scope was dialed down, and we'll be releasing an RFQ in October. to ask for other construction management firms to be put on a list so that, the county has a little more flexibility and perhaps we'll, get better pricing from other construction management firms like Veneer. And so this amendment is basically just boils down to 3 projects. We're just doing the final punch list for like 4 roadway segments in Aromas. We're trying to button that one up. There's Fairview Road that I just mentioned from McCloskey down to the RV park. That's the second one on this list. It's going to be happening very soon. And the last one that's even going to happen sooner is Sealy Avenue. So Public Works is hopeful that this amendment is approved for those projects. So.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Supervisor Gonzalez.
So for clarification, the RFQ that's going to be going out in the future will be for future projects, and this item will take care of all past due or all work that has been done previously by Van Air up to this point in time, correct?
Correct. And for future projects in the very near future that are scheduled to be constructed, that's correct that's what the RFQ is intended for.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, yeah, just, going forward with the RFQ, I just want to make sure that we're kept apprised on the progress there. And I just definitely want to have as many options as we can, and then look at how we want to go forward, how many of the, potential project management firms we want to use, going forward once we get kind of everything on the table. Thank you.
You bet. And tentatively we'll select 3, but we can have those discussions, but we usually, for this type of firm, we usually go for the top 3. We can do more if the board decides to do so, but yeah.
Any comments?
I'll just thank you for scaling it back and kind of being open to work with the board and the groups that you do. I definitely don't want to delay these projects. I'm supportive of moving forward, but I'm really excited to see us putting out kind of an RFP, RFQ, and getting a few more construction management companies lined up. So thank you, Steve.
Welcome.
I think you know how I feel, so I'm just going to not make a comment. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. 4-1. Okay, we are now at the end of the regular agenda. We're going to go into closed session. We're good for that? Okay, we're kind of running a little early today. This is kind of refreshing, you guys. So let's open it up to public comment for closed session items.
Well, do we want to go in? Well, I mean, I guess we could do the public comment, but I'm almost wondering if we have attorneys and stuff lined up for noon, should we maybe break until noon and then keep kind of our closed session so that
I'd have to check with them with their availability, but we had scheduled at 12 noon for a close session.
I'm good with
Okay,
noon.
I'm good with
Everybody's
noon.
okay
I
with
can
that.
do that. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah, I got the nods.
Yep.
Okay, so then we'll take a recess and we'll go into closed session, but can we do all of that right now with the public comment for closed session and then we just adjourn for the break and closed session?
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay, sounds good. And if you do an hour and a half is enough time for closed session? Okay, great. So with that said, any public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
And with no public comment, then we are going to take a recess and then go into closed session. We'll be back at 1:30 for the public hearings.
All right.
CMAP to come back on. There we go. And we're back from closed session. Can we get a report out from closed session from County Council?
Yes, Madam Chair, I wasn't present for the first one, so
There is nothing to report out for the first session.
Okay.
and the second one is information was given, no reportable action.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to open a public hearing. The time is 1:31. This is 3.1, consider appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of conditional use permit application for off-site truck parking and light maintenance at 771 Olympia Avenue in San Juan Bautista, and adopt a resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision, or grant an appeal and approve the conditional use permit with conditions of approval. Welcome.
Hello. Be a PDF that I'm presenting, or is it a Word document? I think that works. I could just slide down. There we go. Okay, perfect. You can just use that. Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. My name is Victor Tafoya, and I'm an Associate Planner with the County of San Benito. Today, I will be discussing PLN 240033, Barrera's Use Permit Appeal application located at 771 Olympia Avenue. This appeal was initially prepared and presented in August, and this version has been updated to reflect the acoustic study and the clarifications related to code enforcement and road improvement conditions. Our discussion today will cover the project history, project description, land use consistency, and staff recommendations. The project is located at 771 Olympia Avenue, 1.5 miles east of San Juan Bautista, near the intersection of Lucy Brown Lane and San Justo Road. In the interest of time, I will focus on key events after August 13, 2024. On August 13, 2024, the board continued the public hearing, requesting an acoustic study and further review of code enforcement fees and roadway improvements. On August 20, 2024, an on-site acoustic test was conducted to assess compliance with county noise regulation and Title 19 sound limits. Now let's move on to the project description. The proposed project at 771 Olympia Avenue aims to establish a dedicated parking and maintenance fleet of trucks and trailers serving the agricultural sector. This facility will cater primarily to major agricultural companies such as Taylor Farms, Nunes Company, Church Brothers, and Truly Farms. These companies heavily depend on reliable transportation networks to shuttle fresh produce from Arizona and Nevada farms to markets across various locations. The circulation path for trucks to and from the property will be via Lucy Brown Lane, San Justo Road, and Highway 29, and vice versa. The transportation process operates on a continuous loop where trucks shuttle produce from location wholesalers to external markets and return to the area to begin the cycle again. They may not return to 771 Olympia Avenue for several days or even a week. Depending on operational needs, return trips to the property occur when drivers require breaks or scheduled off, there is a lack of available drivers, or light maintenance is necessary. This cycle allows for efficient transportation operations and minimize the frequency of truck presence at the site, maintaining a continuous flow of produce transportation. The daily operations will see 1 to 3 trucks stopping at the site. Weekly, it is expected that the trucks will stop at the site approximately 15 times to about 16 stops monthly across all trucks. This photo on the left-hand side of the screen captures a wide driveway entrance to the property. The photo on the right-hand side of the screen illustrates the proposed truck and trailer parking and maintenance area of the rear on the rear of the property. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan's agricultural land use designation in that it meets or fulfills general plan policy LU-3.1 by providing a reliable and well-maintenance parking and light maintenance facility for trucks used in agriculture. The project contributes to the diversification and sustainability of agricultural operations in the county. Furthermore, the project aligns with general plan policy LU-3.6. The project is located near Lucy Brown Lane and San Justo Road, mapped as a collector facility and the general plan circulation element. And it is in close proximity to Taylor Farms, a produce wholesaler, thereby aligning with the policy's objective to bolster agricultural operations through strategic support services. Additionally, the project aligns with the general plan policy ED-8. The project would reflect the program's direction to develop incentives to attract new investments and support existing local businesses, particularly small locally owned businesses. During the Planning Commission hearing on June 19, 2024, several concerns were identified, leading to the denial of the conditional use permit application. The primary issues included noise generated by refrigerated trucks, which was reported by neighbors as a disruptive to their quality of life. Following the Planning Commission's decision, the appellant conducted noise level measurements using a smartphone application, reporting levels at around 70 dBA. The U.S. Department of Transportation notes that modern diesel trucks, particularly when idling, can produce noise levels as low as 55 to 65 dB due to advancements in engines and exhaust technology. The appellant argues that the project should be reconsidered favorably based on these findings and has proposed that no refrigerated trucks will operate overnight on the property. Now let's review the results from the acoustic test conducted on August 20, 2024 from 3:35 to 3:55 p.m. This test aimed at assessing compliance with San Benito County noise regulations, specifically Title 19 of the County Code and Table 9-2 of the General Plan. At the source near the trucks, noise levels reached between 82.5 and 83.7 dBA during truck movements. These spikes are transient, meaning they only occur during brief periods where trucks enter and exit the site. As we move further away, the noise levels decrease significantly. At the residence approximately 1,200 feet from the truck parking area, the noise ranges between 42.5 and 48.5 dBA. Along the property boundaries, 25 to 38 feet from the truck, levels varied between 50.7 and 57.7 dBA. It's important to emphasize that these noise levels comply with Table 9.2 of the General Plan, which permits noise levels between 70 and 75 dBA for agricultural operations. Additionally, the refrigerated trucks were not audible at the site of the residence. Title 19 of the County Code sets a daytime limit of 45 dBA for agricultural zones, but Section 19.39.052 allows for a conditional use permit to establish higher permissible noise levels for specific uses. This flexibility is crucial for agricultural operations like this, where noise from trucks is part of normal activity. Moreover, Article 1 of Section 19.1 of the County Code, adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 1966, establishes that agricultural operations and their asserted noise are recognized as typical and expected in life in these areas. In summary, the acoustic test results confirm that the project complies with both Title 19 and Table 9-2 of the General Plan. While occasional noise peaks are observed during truck movement, these remain within limits allowed under a conditional use permit. The project aligns with county regulations, expectations in agricultural zones. Next, let's go on to the updated conditions and road improvements and code enforcement following the August 13, 2024 hearing. The applicant is required to improve half of the 28-foot wide asphalt concrete road surface on a 30-foot wide roadbed, along with the entire frontage of 771 Olympia Avenue. These improvements must be completed within 1 year of the permit approval. This timeline has been determined to be reasonable, though there is a provision for the Board of Supervisors to waive or defer this requirement if necessary. The updated conditions related to code enforcement requires that all code enforcement fees be paid in full within 30 business days of permit approval. I want to emphasize that under San Benito County Code, Section 25.01.010, a conditional use permit may be revised or revoked following hearing by the Planning Commission if there is non-compliance with any of the conditions of approval or if the operational issues arise despite adherence to all the conditions. This provision is important in safeguarding, ensuring ongoing compliance with the project's conditions. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors review the staff report, hold the public hearing, hear any proponents and opponents, either adopt a resolution to deny the appeal, make the findings included in the resolution, adopt the resolution to deny the appeal upholding the Planning Commission's decision to deny the conditional use permit, or adopt the resolution to grant the appeal subject to the findings of the condition of the approval, approve the conditional use permit under County Planning File PLN 22055. And with that, I'm here to take any questions that you may have, and the applicant has a representative here as well for any questions.
Does the representative want to make any statement before we open it up to public comment?
Yes.
And this is not on the clock. This is the applicant's comment.
Not on the clock. All right.
No, that does now, Paul, that does not mean you have an open, no.
I will make it brief.
Okay.
You, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, I appreciate the opportunity to address you here today on behalf of Mr. Sal Barreras.
Can we make sure your mic's on and it's up there?
Of CV Transportation. Yeah. Mr. Barreras obviously is a minority business owner here in San Benito County. He provides hauling services primarily to agricultural clients. Victor did an excellent job of outlining True Leaf, Church Brothers, and Taylor Farms. The facilities in San Juan Bautista there are his primary clients. He also hauls product for the Nunes Company, which is a Salinas Valley agricultural business. A lot of the vehicle trips are between Yarrington, Nevada, between the months of May and October, and Yuma, Arizona, between the months of October and May. So it's a year-round operation. He's got 12 vehicles, approximately 26 trailers. They're not parked at the site very frequently, only when there's downtime, waiting scheduling of loads, or if there's some minor vehicle maintenance, maybe pumping up the tires and stuff like that, cleaning. And, you know, one of the things I would really like to focus on here is that it's general plan designated ag, it's zoned ag. And most people, when you hear ag, you think a walnut orchard, or you think a tractor in a field furrowing or listing, or you think teams of people moving irrigation pipe. And that is ag, but ag is so much more. Ag is the well driller with his well casing pipe laid out in his yard. Agriculture is the helicopter pilot applying fungicide or fertilizer to a field. Ag is trucking. Ag is hauling. And CV Transportation does ag hauling. He hauls raw product from the field to a processing facility. He hauls finished product from a processing facility to a distribution warehouse, and back and forth. And he does that from local locations. He does that from Nevada and Arizona locations. That is agriculture. California's Right to Farm Act protects delivery of farm commodities to and from agricultural locations. It's black and white. It's California Civil Code Section 3482.5. And each of you sitting here at the dais, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I believe I can go back in minutes and video and see and hear each of you discuss how important it is to protect agriculture in this community.